Hello, this is Marcus. I am going to play some Arena Breakout Infinity. Honey, I can't believe you're awake. How do you feel? How's your arms? Do they hurt?
This one doesn't hurt. Neither one of them hurt.
Oh, really?
The pneumonia hurt to get a little bit, but the COVID didn't.
Huh. You must not be hurting as bad as I did. Because I hurt.
I feel kind of,
blah, yeah.
But my arms don't hurt.
Well, I'm glad you got your shots.
I mean, I did rest.
I'm going to pause this. They're out there fighting again. How's it going?
It's all Gilbert.
You okay? Probably him and that break. I love you. Yeah.
Do you have a moment? I need that stretchy hose taken off. I can't take it apart
Okay.
from the other hose.
Could be done this game in about 5
It
minutes.
doesn't have to be done for the next couple of days. Doesn't have to be done tonight. I just need it done. The other one comes.
Give me 5 minutes and I'll talk to you about it.
So you need it off of the wall or off of
I need it off the other hose.
oh, off of
So I bought another stretchy one, but I tried and I couldn't get it off. It was too tight.
that alright?
Yep. I put the strainer to the sink in the dishwasher. It's filthy.
Okay.
Just a second. I'll run it and it'll be clean again.
I got the hose on.
Thank you. You can just throw that one away. Alright, now I'll rinse the dishes. I go clean the sink and the stove. Go down and go see Lou. Thank you.
Hello, how are you? Hello, how are you?
Doing alright.
I had stepped away, I'm sorry.
You're fine. I'm rewatching Matrix, see if I missed anything. There's
Oh, okay.
quite a bit in episode 2 and 3. And a whole lot of psychology and philosophy. There we go, that's the word.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Even though the outer shell, the outer shell philosophy of the Matrix is whether or not we are living in a real world or simulated world.
Yeah.
The inner layers of philosophy in that show is freedom of choice.
Okay.
Whether or not we have freedom of choice or illusion of choice. And it's been philosophized for thousands of years. And still haven't came to any kind of conclusion whether or not it's freedom of choice or illusion. BioShock Infinite's got the same philosophy about choice.
Okay. Yeah, it's a really good movie.
Yeah. And the only reason why let me take a step back. There's a lot of people that enjoys the first one a lot more than the sequels.
Mm-hmm.
Although I think, and what this one YouTuber was talking about is the only reason why is because the first one is just the premise, the introduction, and really very little philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
The other two has got all the philosophy in it. And very, there are plots within plots. And then there's plots in the real world and plots within the Matrix, and then it's all mixed and jumbled together. It's hard to follow. Which is such a difficult subject matter, even. So that's probably why it's not well received, because it's really confusing and hard to follow. Trying to get some crystal. Yeah, I should go repair. Should have enough stuff. I need. I should have You know what I mean?
I have returned.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
2 hours and 30 minutes left.
You're almost home.
Tell you what, though, some of these drivers are idiots. They're trying to get around me by going in the right lane, but I'm going just as fast as you can go, and I'm passing the trailers on the right, but these guys are trying to get around me, but they're not driving any faster than I am, so they're just sitting there.
Yeah, I love that. I love that so much.
So it's like just get in line, dude. Like, you're not going anywhere. There's too many 18-wheelers on the road to go around, so you might as well just join the line.
Oh,
But yeah, so
yeah.
I almost caught up to my sister. She left an hour before we did, but she's only 15 minutes ahead of me. If I was in my Camaro, I would have been home already. When I came up here, what I do is the first time I go somewhere, I want to see how much time I can shave off, right? So my first trip to Knoxville was 4 hours and 15 minutes, according to the GPS. It only took me 2 hours and 50 minutes to get there.
Oh, boy.
So I shaved off like an hour and a half. Up here, it was a 10.5-hour drive, almost 11. I made it in 8 hours and 15 minutes. I shaved off 2 hours.
Wow.
But I also was driving at, midnight to 8 a.m. Nobody was on the road, and I was cruising. So that's how that happened, with no traffic and, triple digits.
Jeez.
But I can't do that. No, there's a cop. But I can't do that now because I have, a 6,000-pound trailer behind me.
Yeah.
So I have to cruise at like 70.
Just take it slow.
There's all office stuff. You don't need sand.
Anyway,
Just don't grab that. Got plenty of it, so.
So Demon, what have you been doing in the ARC world?
Been sort of breeding the wyverns a little bit. Got enough to supply anytime one dies, so. And if you're going to upgrade your wyvern or any dino, make sure only the items that are required to upgrade it are in there. And remove.
Oh, did you not know that?
No.
Oh, there's a warning text when you click on the upgrade. It says make sure nothing is in the inventory before you do it.
I think I just clicked through that because there was something distracting me at the time.
Well, I'll be home in 2 hours and 26 minutes, so.
All right. I hope you're doing all right.
I'll take a shower, restart the server, and then maybe I'll hop on for a minute.
All right.
See. Right now, I'm just cruising. I'm almost out of Mountain Dew, so. So.
Okay,
should be
Jordan.
fun.
I love you.
I'm kind of racing a thunderstorm right now.
Oh, shit.
I was trying to get ahead. I've been slightly ahead of it, but it's coming at an angle, so I have to keep up a certain speed to keep ahead of it. But the rain edge is starting to catch up to me, so.
Oh, also I got a really good dodo. I mean, really good. Shoots meteors, basically.
Oh, the Prime Dodo?
No, above prime.
What'd you get?
I don't know what it's called, but it's above prime and it's got 114 million hit points. Something like that.
Well, it's either a resurrected, a ghost, or one of the elemental ones.
No, none of those. It's Gigias and
Oh wait, is it chaotic
no,
or demonic?
demonic, kind of, yes. Where are all the drops?
Comes the rain, doo doo doo. Here comes the rain, my day is ruined.
I think he's losing it.
He's about at it.
Comes the rain, doo doo doo. Comes the rain, my day is ruined. What the fuck are you cutting me off? How are you gonna speed in front of me and then slow back down to the speed I was already driving? You're mine.
People are weird.
And like I'm passing people that passed me earlier. Like, what are y'all doing? Y'all got in the wrong lane, what happened?
Doo doo doo. Now you got that song in my head.
Well, no, see, this is the Nightwing version, right? There's no sunshine. It's just dead doom and gloom.
Great.
No, no, no. Here comes the rain. No, no, no. Here comes the rain on my day. Is ruined. Windshield wipers. The only reason I'm still alive. No, no, no. I'm fine. I just need one more Mountain Dew.
Why can I not gain access to you like this?
Well,
Look,
that's all stuck in my head.
love being forced to cheat in this game.
What are you doing?
Oh, just trying to gain access to this drop in my single player game. But I have to ghost and then go underneath the drop and then grab it.
Sounds like a meshing issue.
Yeah. And horrible in this version. The only thing I don't like about Genesis 2.
Are you playing Gen 2?
Yeah.
I never actually, you know what? I never actually played that map.
You start
I
out
only
with
play-
Tickle.
I played Genesis 1. I played Extinction a little bit, like a tiny bit. Sorry, that's wrong. I played Aberration a tiny bit.
I'm not a fan of
And
Aberration.
then I played. Which one has the Bulldog? Is that Extinction or Aberration?
That's Aberration.
Okay. So I haven't even played Extinction yet. So I bought all of them because I loved Archives,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
but I haven't played half the maps yet.
Extinction is one of my favorites too. I think of the official ones, I think it's Genesis 2 and then Extinction. But for
My car's better than you.
the free ones, for Jor and Drag are pretty high up there.
For Georgia? Yeah, it's fine. I like the. Which one was it that had the different dimensions you could go through inside the game? Was that the order?
Oh, yeah, that's your.
I like that map.
Yeah, that's a really good map. I definitely do not need a Runecraft. These are fine. What is weighing me down so much other than that? That was? Oh. Wow, that was weighing me down a lot.
I might catch my sister before she makes it home.
Best be safe. Just be careful.
Okay, now she's only 20 minutes ahead of me. I got this.
That T-Rex trying to attack me? No, that's Allosaurus.
You know, if I go 100 miles an hour,
No,
that's
don't be
you.
doing that. It's crazy shit. Making me nervous.
This is where I wish I had my Camaro still. I would have been home by now. Did you see the guy? I think it was in Connecticut. He put on one of those stock sweatshirts, and he was standing by a bus stop, and one of the Tesla cars was driving down the road. He saw his sweatshirt and did an emergency stop in the middle of the road because it thought he was a stop sign,
Oh,
and almost
shit.
caused a wreck.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Because it like slammed it into park to try and stop the vehicle because it thought he was a stop sign.
Yeah. That's all kinds of problems with Tesla.
Did you try to go around me and didn't speed up? Oh, yeah, so now you gotta go back, what, 3 cars? Yeah, suck, don't it? Bitch.
That's a pretty one.
Elaine.
Ooh, you're almost max. Wait, you are kind of max, aren't you? Probably one shot max. Don't have anything to do anything to you. Well. Running on water. Middle trap door. Grass.
I literally get over so y'all can speed past me and you don't even move. Really?
think I just hit a T-Rex. Well, that wasn't great.
Come the rain, doodle doodle. Here come the rain, my day is ruined.
Nick, have you seen Game of Thrones?
Yes.
I have watched the whole thing up until when John goes out to the wildling camp, and then I've seen so many clips after that I basically watched the whole thing.
So do you understand why people don't like the last season?
Because it deviated from the book and they did a bunch of stupid shit.
Oh, the TV from the book.
The one thing that I'm mad about is you're telling me a knight of 40 years, undefeated, with his sword, Sir Barristan was cut down by 4 gutter rats? Really?
True.
You're telling me he can take on 3 fully armored knights solo, but he can't take on 4 little gutter rats with knives? That was the stupidest death of one of the most hyped heroes in the whole thing ever.
I thought it was something to do with not just didn't get any rewards, any benefits.
Well, no, they what they wanted to do was the actor's contract was going to run out of time before the guy who wrote the books finished it,
Yeah.
because he's only got through Ice and Fire. So the last 2 scenes are completely made up from the producer or the director of the show. He just made up his own ending and went for it, and everyone hated it.
So, Fullmetal Alchemist sort of thing. Hello.
Kind of, except they didn't. Well, Fullmetal Alchemist didn't make up as much stuff as.
Well, they had the whole, like, 2, 3 fourths to make out though, for Fullmetal Alchemist.
But they at least stuck to the manga and what probably would have happened. And they were pretty damn close.
They did a good job.
But these guys, they just made up whatever they wanted. They killed half the good characters. They forgot about several. Arya kills the Night King? Are you serious? They've been hyping up Jon Snow for 4 seasons. They gave him a fucking Valyrian steel sword specifically for this purpose. Revived his ass from the grave. Won the war. Fought the Battle of the Bastards. And he didn't even get to fight the bad guy? What?
Yeah, I didn't care for that either. We're all the hype with his sister. Or,
Yeah, this 4,000-year-old warrior king dies to a little girl with a knife? Really?
yeah, you know, see of her, but she could have been doing something else.
And then they totally dropped the whole faceless society. Just gone. Never to be seen again. the unholy fire. Never see that again. Ever.
I need to watch it again.
The army of the sea town gone. The Ramsey family never mentioned again. You know, like the biggest plot point ever. The virus outbreak that was handled within a fortnight. Really? Something that wiped out an entire island was gone in 2 weeks? Sure, why not? I don't know. I only wanted to watch it because it had dragons in it. But when I first started watching it, I didn't realize how much sex was in it. Especially the first 2 seasons.
Yeah.
So, you know, I tried to watch it for dragons, and it was on the TV, and I was like, I can't watch this. So that was interesting. But House of the Dragon, it's supposed to be so much better, especially because Matt Damon's in it, the Doctor. Apparently he kills his role as the uncle.
Alright, I need to watch that.
I've seen some of the dragon scenes. The CGI and the actual sounds they make are so much better than Game of Thrones.
Wow.
Like it's not even close. Yeah, stupid, go that lane. Yeah, look, what is that? Oh, an 18-wheeler. Who would have seen that coming? Back in the ring. There you go. Like, there's a reason I'm not moving over people. I'm going faster than everybody else is. If you want to round me, you need to build a whole other lane. This guy, he's halfway in the damn emergency lane.
Oh shit.
Trying to peek around me, I guess. But like, y'all, I am going 10 over. I am passing everybody else in that lane. Just stay in this lane. Stop trying to go around one car. Oh look, there he goes again. Back in the lane, come on, come on, there you go. Like, you can't make this shit up. It failed the first 3 times, why would it not work the 4th time, you know? Not like we're on an interstate with 18-wheeler or something. Oh, come on, do it again. Please, please do it again. Hey, here you are. Hey, guess what, dumbass?
Alright, alright,
Another
alright. Come on now. Come
18-wheeler.
on, give it a rest. You're driving us crazy.
It's driving me crazy. Hey man, the cafe had to kick in sometime. Took it long enough. I'm almost home now. should go there. I haven't been to Cracker Barrel in a long time.
Oh, those are friends. That's it. Gate. Tech door.
I stand by my statement that they should require a bi-yearly retake of your driver's test.
I can see it every 4 years. Every time you get a renewal.
Mark, they said
Yes,
that
sir.
they are at the Gold Strike Casino is what they went to last time, and they were planning on going back there.
Oh, okay. That'd be nice.
I don't know what that is, but they said the other one they didn't see that on the thing, so they were just gonna go back to the Gold
That'd be
Strike.
nice.
So, I mean, it's a 4-star hotel
Yeah.
with and the rooms are included if they play. So
Oh, that's great.
Where do I put you?
That'd be fun.
I think it's because he gets a military disabilities room that he
Oh,
gets
okay.
for free as long as he plays at the card tables.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
So that's nice.
Yeah, that's great. Can't beat that, man. Free room, you can't beat that.
No, we were looking around here because my sister's apartment's very, very small,
Mm-hmm.
especially for 4 people. So we were looking at hotels. They were $180 a night was the cheapest.
Oh, okay.
Some of these hotels were like $300 a night. It was
Yeah.
crazy.
That
So
ain't cheap.
I just went down to Target and bought myself a $60 queen blow-up mattress and called it a day.
Yep.
I can't afford no $300 a night.
Yeah.
My car would decline, you know.
That's the best way to do it. That's a smart way to do it.
Don't know where we were. Yeah, it was near Vegas. I think we were in Vegas or something. We got a hotel with a kitchen inside of it. So we save money even with food.
That's good.
Nice.
Be right back.
Oh yeah, we went. We went down to Gulf Shores, and the food there was so expensive. And it's not like we were getting like, you know, fancy food or anything, seafood or nothing. Just like burgers and pasta, you know. the cheap stuff, and it was still like 20, 30 bucks a person.
Oh, guess I'll go find the crystal over there. Been waiting for the crystal asteroids, but because we're not getting close.
Life is good.
Right now, sulfur, and I've got plenty of sulfur.
Oh, apparently,
Yeah.
Demon,
Oh, yeah.
or I get both of you. The Phoenix on Extinction is supposed to be untamed because they set it to where it's a passive tame, but the Phoenix does not allow interaction with items, so you can't tame it. You're not supposed to, apparently.
A lot of people have.
Well, I think they've added a mod that or they changed it, but there's no, you can't interact with them. That they don't accept items, but they changed it to be a passive tame instead of a knockout tame. So you can't feed it. So either they're using that insta tame dart you get at the end, or an egg maybe. Do they breed? Probably.
Yeah, I can probably find an egg. Well, there's a second one around. I don't think there's more than one. That's the problem. It's sort of like the unicorn in Rag, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna build a roadmap of where all of the let's see, like a roadmap of where like the dinosaur spawns are
Yeah.
with Extinction of like where all the other dinos on different maps spawn. But I started working on it, but there's really no point because I think it's only you, me, and Mark left.
Shokashi's gonna play, I think.
Yeah, it's been sort of trying it. Kashi.
We might have to just go back to like just Extinction and that's it. No mods or no overhaul mods or anything.
Well, maybe open up all of the, well, maybe the islands.
I just find the island so boring. I really do.
I do too, but there's quite a bit to it though too.
Like, okay, it's the third biggest map, but it's just boring.
Yeah, there's not many
They haven't
islands,
changed it or touched it up at all.
but the ending is pretty evolved.
I mean, it's alright, but if you're going for ending, you might as well just go to Genesis and fight the elemental bosses.
Well, there is that. Okay, so there's the bosses.
Or the
and
Titan,
then there's-
whichever one it is.
And then there is the ending boss. Oh, that one's
The big tentacle thing?
I guess there's a Titan. Yeah.
I forgot his name.
Thanks for hanging out, guys. I'm sure having a fun day.
The Rockwell? Because Rockwell's in Genesis too.
I don't remember. Well, the only bosses you can fight on the island is the dragon, the manticore, and the Queen Spider.
Yeah.
which, let's be honest, aren't really bosses. The Manticore can sometimes be annoying if he sets you on fire and poisons you, but I mean, not if you're wearing, or not if you're on a fireproof mount and you're saddle protected.
Well,
We used to, dude, I don't know if you were around for that era. We used to get, before Wyvern were thing, we would get an Argentavis and we would grappling shot it with the crossbow, and we would just hang from an Argy as it looped the dragon, just laying arrow after arrow into the dragon.
yeah, they'll do it.
Because that was like the only mount that was fast enough not to get bit, but it also allowed all of us to grappling hook underneath it and just take shots at it.
Well, the Terrapon is faster than the Archie.
This is before they came out with the movement speed modifier.
Well,
They added that in, and then Pterodons became excruciating fast. But it did. The Pterodon didn't have a spin attack when it first came out. That was added later.
alright, where's this crystal at?
I mean, you used to have to, before they changed where the RG could pick up just about every usable item, you had to find a Quetzal to transport anything. Even, I think even the Anki, you had to get a Quetzal,
Yeah.
which was atrocious. You know?
Yeah, Quetzal is pretty hard to tame. There's a couple ways of doing it, but it's really hard. Especially solo.
And remember that this is for bolas and stuff, so.
Yeah. The Quetzal can be knitted with the net gun. But
Well, yeah, well now it's really easy, because they have the net gun, the bola, crab, the other thing. But back then we didn't have all that. What I saw that actually looked pretty exciting was Arc PvP server. Like there's a whole cluster server with every single map included. And I think you and me would actually do very well on that. We are very efficient Arc players. So getting up a base, defenses, tames, breeding, I think you and me would probably crush that. But they're like halfway through the wipe, so we would be very, very late. So.
Alright, this is...
I don't know. Maybe we can get instead of me hosting one, maybe we can get, because I know Wolf really wants to do a PvP server, so maybe the three of us can hop on for a week just to see how it goes.
Yeah. Suppose. Oh, I don't have my... Alright, I'll choose my map. Oh. Look, right there. What the hell is this crystal?
In your mind, demon. The crystal was never really there. It's all an illusion.
Well,
I should buy lottery tickets while I'm here.
No, just keep driving. You're not gonna win no lottery. Fuck that.
Hey man, there's no lottery in Alabama.
alright. I think I need to go a little bit further south. So up this way.
I'm tired, Grandpa. That's too damn bad. for my dude. Tell you what though, I had to, for the first time in like a year, I had to ban somebody from a Discord chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He was being a very, he was being a prick.
Oh, okay.
But we were all just trying to have a nice time playing a game. And he kept bringing up politics and
Oh,
relationship problems, divorce, all this other random shit.
oh shit.
And we were like, can you just shut up and play the game? Well, I'm just saying. And after 3 times of I'm just saying, I just banned him. Because he would argue over everything. And well, the last thing that he got out was, just because you put a ring on her doesn't mean she's faithful, which is just like the complete opposite,
Yeah.
mentality. So I just banned him.
Okay.
Nobody liked him. So for the first time in a year, I had to actually be a Discord mod.
Yeah. That's
Doesn't happen very often, but
time 2 people out because they were fighting. Probably should have banned one of them, but
it was fighting.
oh, back when I was my D&D phase, some other people fighting.
Oh, I had to ask, the hardest thing I had to do was ask a player not to come back. Because so this is from my standpoint, right? I'm all for, you can certainly try. I'm all for that. I love when interaction happens in quirky or funny ways that was not intended and something funny happens.
Yeah.
But if you constantly argue with a ruling I made, or you blatantly disregarded a standing rule of the game that I put at the beginning and try to like hide it from me, it gets annoying.
Right.
Yeah.
So when I started DMing, we had a great time. It was one shots, quick fights, we got classes down, whatever. And at this time, I've been playing for 3 years. So I had the basic rules down. Well, I started delving into the DM rules and all this other stuff. And I said up front, because I know the players that I play with, we're all sneaky. We like to min-max sometimes with some bullshit. So I told them, no multi-classing unless it's pre-approved by me, and there has to be a story reason. You can't just say, I want to be the most powerful character in the world by mixing classes. It has to happen naturally in game, and there has to be a background story with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to approve it. You can't just make up some shit, right? Number 2, I do not allow flying items in my games.
Oh, yeah.
Flight is meant to be locked behind a 5th level spell. That is the whole point of flight. There are too many flying brooms, winged boots, witch's broom. There's too many flying items, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they can get at like level 1 or 2. Even the DM's guide, Wand of Levitation, that's a flying item. They can levitate for as long as they want to. And flying is just fast levitation. So I don't allow any flying items.
Well, that's okay.
Except
If
for
that's
the
what you want to do,
spell.
then that's allowed. It's what you want to live. The guy who's making the rules is the guy who's making the rules.
Yeah.
Like
Not to mention, I fed them
Demon
every
used to
time
make the
for
rules,
free.
and you got to follow the Demon's rules.
And you could pull from I allow, so there's like the canon books in D&D.
Yeah.
Mark, if you don't know.
Okay.
It's like the player's handbook, the monster manual, the DM's guide,
Right.
and then a couple of adventures. There's some extra books, like Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, Xanthar's Guide to Everything, Mordenkainen's Tome, Unearthed Arcana. They all, Tasha's whatever, they all add a bunch of other classes, items, abilities, and some of them are just crazy, right? So I tell them, hey, you can use anything to build your character. You may use from any book. Everything in the original 3, Player's Handbook, Monster Manual, or Dungeon Master Guide, is free game. You don't have to ask me. However, if you're going to use something from the other 3 books, because at the time of this game, they hadn't come out with other ones, so all they had was Xanthars, Tasha's, and Mordenkaim's. So out of those 3, I said you can, and Volos. Volos came out like half of the campaign. I said you can use whatever book you want, as long as it's Dungeons and Dragons, but you have to run it by me first. So I need to make sure that any abilities you get are balanced, because some of the abilities are just flat out stupid, and they make you unkillable at like level 3, which is not the point of the game, especially Underdark Arcana. That's the most bullshit stuff I've ever seen. Right? And I don't mind if you have a cool character, I just have to tweak some of the stuff you get.
Yeah.
You know? Well, here's what he first did. He made a character and didn't roll stats while I was there. That was red flag number 1. He didn't have a single stat below 17 at level 2.
That's us.
And I was like, how did you get this? And he was like, oh, I used an online roller. I was like, okay, but because I usually host a session 0 where we all they get their character ideas together. I give the general background of the world, and then they roll stats in front of me. Not that I don't trust them, it's just it's courtesy. And so when he shows up with a fully kitted character sheet with nothing below a 17, I was like, what the heck? And he's like, oh, well, I rolled an online thing. I was like, do you mind re-rolling that? It's not that I'm calling you a liar, that's a really strong character, and I wasn't there to see it. He was like, oh, sure, no problem. So he brings it up and rolls like 6s across the board. And I was like, okay, that's not really fair either, because now you're gonna, be terrible. So he rolled it again. And I've never seen so many 18, 17, and 16s. He was like, oh, I'll take that. And I was like, well, I had you re-roll the terrible stats, but it's also not fair that you also get the really amazing stats. So why don't we use real dice and not those? So he rolled real dice. But what he didn't do was change his character sheet to match his new rolls, because he had already planned out his character ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
And some of his skills didn't work at a certain level of, whatever. Then he comes in the next session, I don't think anything about it, problem solver, good to go. He wanted to play some count from an old family line with the nobleman background. Great, cool. He has a little bit of gold, whatever. I told them they could either get an uncommon item of gold value 5 or less, or start with 5 gold, which is pretty standard. And he comes, the next session, he shows up, and they have to do something at night, and I was like, none of you can see, and he goes, oh, I have dark vision. I said, what? He says, I have dark vision. I was like, how do you have dark vision at level 2? Oh, it's my class. It was some class from Tasha's that allowed him to see it no matter what happened. He could see in darkness, he could see in magical darkness, whatever. It was like gleaming eye ability or whatever. He was like, yeah, I get a free ability instead of the stat boost. And I was like, okay. What book is that in? Tasha's? Okay, you should have, remember I told you, you're supposed to tell me that. I guess that's okay, but how do you have your stat boost if you got the ability? Oh, I guess I shouldn't have added the stat boost then. I was like, yeah, you have to choose the ability or the boost. You don't get both. So then after the game, I sit him down and we redo his whole character sheet for a 3rd time. So here comes the 3rd session. He shows up with a brand new character sheet, completely different stats, completely different person, different race, everything. He's like, yeah, I retweaked it to work now. I said, I spent 30 minutes fixing your character. What did you do? Oh, I just redid a bunch of stuff. I was like, where's it from? Oh, it's mostly from Player's Handbook. Okay, where's the other stuff from? Tasha's. I was like, okay, I don't have time to go over this with you right now because the game starts, so I'm just gonna, whatever. He picked some unkillable vampire race from Mordecai's Tome of Foe. He didn't need to eat, sleep, he could breathe underwater, he could fly, he could walk on walls, he had spider walk as a natural ability, he could see in the dark. It was so many abilities. I was like, dude, what the fuck? You know? I specifically told you not to do that. You can't be Count Dracula at level 2. Oh, well, you said anything. I was like, yeah, after you run it by me. And he was like, well, the other people are playing races from this book. I'll pull random first, and I tweaked it. So after the whole session, I tried my best to tweak his character to work, but the only way possible was to basically take away every ability he had. And he was like, well, there's no point in playing this character if I don't get the abilities. And I'm like, this is why we talk to me before you spend 2 hours making a character that I'm gonna veto. That's like the whole point. So then for a 4th time, we redo a character. A basic character. All from Player's Handbook. And guess what? The next session, guess what he shows up with?
A new guy.
A brand new character sheet. And and halfway through, he brings out a wand of levitation into a fight with an arena that I built specifically for ground fighting. And I had the object of power on top of a pyramid that you were supposed to fight in the Colosseum and then climb the pyramid. So he just levitated himself up there. But all he told me every round was, I'm gonna move 20 feet. And then like by the 4th round, he was like, I grabbed the orb, and I'm like, oh, you're still like on the ground. No, I've been using a wand of levitation the whole time. I was like, you can't, dude. You can't do that. And he's like, well, no, it says that I can move up to 4. I was like, okay, but flying items are banned. But it's under 5 gold pieces. But it's flying, dude. We went over this. So I had to make up some shit about the Dwarven King doesn't like cheating in his Colosseum and put him in jail for the rest of the event. Just so I'd have to deal with it. And then the next game, he takes off his wand of his flying item. He shows me his character sheet. It looks vanilla, so I let him have it. And then the next session, he brings out this warding room rope, which allows him to take any rope. It goes 9 feet in the air that he can instantly climb into an unkillable box that if he pulls the rope up, literally nobody can get into.
Yeah,
and I was like, okay, that's in Xanathar's guide, and also on the not allowed list. He was like, well, where's this list you keep talking about? I was like, on my laptop that I open every time we make characters, dude. So at this point, I'm done with him. I'd known him all throughout high school, but he was just really ticking me off. But then we got to ruling aspect. I wouldn't necessarily call myself a rules lawyer, but I know the rules.
Yeah.
And half the stuff was, his whole plan was to hide in this pocket dimension that specifically said a different dimension. And if he closed the hole, he can't see out of a different dimension. And he had some flying familiar spell book as a wizard that he was casting spells out of the trees. This book could fly, and he could use it to cast spells out. I said, okay, but you still have to be able to see the book, which is also not allowed. He had some weird wizard clap from Xanathar. He was like, well, he's like, I can see my book. I'm like, you're in a different dimension, dude. You can't see jack. He's like, well, I can just stick my head out. I was like, okay, are you going to open the portal back up? Well, I can open the portal back up, stick my head out, cast a spell, then go back in. I was like, no, it would take you an action to open the portal. A bonus action, sure, but you won't have another action to close it. Well, I'm just peeking my head out. I was like, no, that would require an action to do. You're actively doing something. So this turn you can open it, but then won't be able to close it afterward. But I can see my spell book. You're in another dimension. So I was like, dude, but then he argued with me about it. And he brought out the book, flipped to the back of the rules, which is a big no-no. You don't do that at a home game. You don't break out the rules and stop the game to rules lawyer.
Depends, but yes.
After a blatant,
No, yeah, you don't. No.
I already explained to him why it didn't work at this point.
Yeah.
And he still continued to argue, and he stopped the game. Like we just stopped. He should have waited till after the game was over to then plead his case. You don't stop a game in the middle of the game to argue. So then we argued back and forth, and I said, you know what? It's fine. You can stay in your pocket dimension. But then afterward, I asked him not to come back. I said, I cannot. We had 7 hours to play. We only got 3 because I had to keep stopping the game, look at your character sheet.
Well, take the fun out of the
Every
game,
time-
man. If you're gonna suck the fun out of the game, then what the fuck's the use?
Yeah.
If one guy's sucking the fun out of the game for everybody, what the fuck? Tell him to get the fuck out
He
of
wanted
here.
to basically he wanted to play by himself and be. It's called min-maxing. He wanted to be the best of the best abilities, whatever. And then and at the end of the game, I found out he had multi-classed rogue and wizard. So that was just
Yeah.
Driving him nuts.
I never fought again because he moved to Brazil, of all places. He just left the country.
That's actually a powerful multi-class wizard. Well, anything wizard is a very powerful multi-class.
Well, no, but it was like you know there's Spell Slinger from I think it's Xanathar's. Well, then there's Blade Singer from Tasha's that allows him to use swords, and then there's like Warcaster from Mordenkainen's. So he had like 3 different abilities from 3 different wizards on one character. And it's like, I'm all for min-maxing if you can do it legitimately, but I can't, and bear in mind, our games were every other week. So this was like 3 months of this crap.
Guys
I was
driving
like,
me
dude,
fucking off the wall.
I can't do this anymore, you know. I can't stop a game in the middle of the game. It ruins the atmosphere. No one's having fun, and I can't argue with you. Okay? If you had a problem, you should have told me at the end of the game, and we would have discussed it. But after I give my ruling, it's over. That's it. There's no more discussion. It's not a discussion, right?
Right.
I told you it didn't work. I told you why it didn't work. I don't just shut people down. I told him why it didn't work.
Yeah.
And
he
there you
kept
go. Don't worry about it. Yeah, just move on. Part of it's
So he
because
didn't
things
go.
don't work. I mean, sometimes that's what the fun of it is. Things don't work. You mess up.
It
Yeah,
does.
flops in your face, and you laugh about it, and you keep on going.
But and you know, 6 months later, we had to stop the campaign because of COVID. But everyone had immensely more fun because I didn't dread showing up, having a rules lawyer everything. So we actually had fun, and I had a really cool theme. I was so proud of myself for that campaign idea, and we never finished it, and it's still unfinished. But if you remember, Mark, my wedding centerpieces that I made myself, the
Yeah.
sand bowls, I
Right.
had the little D&D minifigures I put 6 scenes from that campaign into the bowls so that they would recognize where it would be. And they actually recognized several of the scenes from the campaign at the wedding, so that was pretty cool.
That's cool.
But oh, my dad's calling me. I'll call you back in 2 seconds.
Okay, buddy.
Oh yeah, there's a lot over there, but not over here. All over there, yay. Oh, okay. Now, I'm not a big fan of min-maxing in D&D, and here's an example. One of my characters, Gearlock, lost his arms due to a fire. His arm and leg due to a fire. And so now he's naturally afraid of fire. And any beasts and enemies that produces fire from itself, he's incredibly afraid of. And so, when I was facing one of those, I gave myself fear. Without the DM doing anything, I personally gave myself fear, the status effect. Because that was natural for me. That made sense.
Okay.
So yeah, I like the challenge of working around challenges in D&D. I don't want to be super powerful, although I do choose powerful classes.
Right.
Still want to be powerful.
You were very fair when you played. Very fair.
Yeah, I'm also with him with flying stuff. I don't start giving out flying items until like after level 6, and even at 6 it's rare. But around 10, I think everyone needs to be flying. Because at about 10, you got some serious powers. The flying is not, flying would not be an issue.
Okay.
If you're not flying, there might be some troubles. You might have some trouble. But it's 10. Welcome back.
Welcome back, buddy.
Bro, you're stuck. Stuck.
Can y'all hear me, or is the rain too loud?
Now we got you.
Okay. Yeah, the rain. I just hit heavy rain, but
Oh, okay.
anyway, I think I already told Demon this, but my campaign idea revolved around dying gods, and because every god in D&D had a theme, right, or a domain.
Mm-hmm.
And as gods died, their domain would slip into reality. So, like the moon goddess, you know, faded or whatever. So the moon constantly was shining in the sky. It was eternal. It was an eternal moon night. And so their sense of time was completely arbitrary. They had no idea how much time had actually passed. So what I did was I did a mathematical equation to where it was like the first god died, and then 1,200 years later, the next god died, and then 800, the next one died, and then 400, you know, whatever. It got shorter and shorter between deaths. But what I didn't tell them was they didn't know how many gods had actually died already. I had snuck in several that had died, but they only assumed it was a couple because of the time difference. But they didn't actually know how many had actually died or, you know, phased out of it. So
that's so much
what
money.
they had,
Go ahead.
oh sorry. The only difference being is that they could only tell because their domain would slip into reality or whatever. But they needed, in order to revive a god, they had to have 3 items: a celestial blade capable of cutting a god's skin, a dream catcher that was able to mimic the dreams of a god, and the god's essence, the specific god's essence.
You're roboting, but I got some of that. Yours is similar to mine.
Sure.
You're completely out now.
I mean,
Demon, you the man. Hey, buddy, welcome back.
Hello.
Hello, you're better now.
Much better.
Yeah, I went through a tunnel.
Oh, that makes all the sense. Yeah, that sounds very similar to mine, except my gods disappeared about a millennia ago. The warring gods, more specifically.
Oh, anyway, so they needed the blade, the dream catcher, and the soul catcher,
Okay.
or the soul essence, whatever, right? And the soul or the dream catcher was in the astral plane. They had to go to a very specific area. The blade was in hell, the fire plane, and guarded by one of the greater demons. And every god's essence was tied to where I had placed them around the world of where they would most naturally be, or dimension. Some of them were in different dimensions. And the most recent one, they didn't do their math right. And one of the gods was the moon goddess. Was it Nissa, I think? When she had just perished, right? So the moon started shining in. They had no sense of time. So they came to what I call the infinite forest. It used to be an elven forest turned dark elf forest because of the whole moonlight, whatever. And when they would hike through, and they couldn't see a thing because it was dark, right? When they went to sleep, they woke up in a nightmare dimension.
Well, those are fine.
And they had to fight every night. And if they tried to run further down their destination, when they went to sleep and woke up again, they'd be right back where they had originally fallen asleep. So they could not make further progress in the nightmare realm. Or well, they didn't know it was the nightmare realm, they just thought it was a shadow realm of some sort, right?
Yeah.
So, and I had a D100 table of what was going to fight them. However, what I did not expect them to find was the the god of the skies was one of the names that I gave them of a known god that had died, right? And the god of skies and lightning and whatever, right? Well, there was this. They came up upon this great electric serpent that they thought in the nightmare realm that they thought was going to be their next fight. However, thankfully, one of them took Celestial as one of their languages. I allow them 2 extra languages or 1 greater language. And one of them chose Celestial. So when they came across this, I think I said it was this gigantic scaly rock appears in the forest that wasn't there before, and it gives off your hair kind of stands up, right? And of course, one was like, "I'm gonna touch it." The moment you touch it, lightning arcs throughout the rock,
And your left
and then
nut
the rock
falls
starts
off.
moving.
Oh,
Well, the rock starts moving and uncoils and lifts its head up. They were like, "Its head?" I was like, "Yes, you now see a great serpent staring down at you with lightning, with blank white eyes and lightning throughout."
oh shit.
And it was saying something telepathically to all of them, and several of them thought it was going to be a fight, right? So they start, rolling initiative or whatever. Thankfully, one was like, "Does anybody happen to have Celestial?" I didn't think they did until one guy was like, "I do." I was like, "Really? You do? Great, this is going to be so much more fun." He was able to communicate, but it was the child of the moon goddess and the god of the sky/thunder. It was a spin on an elemental tempest worm, but it was a child. So it could form like single thought words: tired, hungry, curious, stuff like that. And that's how it communicated. And they left it alone, and they came back the next time. And if they walked the same direction in the nightmare world, the same amount of steps, it would always be in the same place. So in the daytime, quote unquote, if they moved a mile north or 10 miles north, when they went to sleep, if they walked the same direction they had the night before, they would find him there, which gave the hint it wasn't really in that dimension. It was kind of its own thing. But one of them, when they got attacked, they called out. They ran to where it was, and it was vampire bats that were attacking them, or gargoyle, whatever. And they ran to it, and they screamed help. So it rose up and did a great thunderbolt and killed every bat in the sky. However, it being a child cannot control its power and did a gigantic thunderbolt lightning storm, which is like 20 lightning bolts, around an entire area. So I had them all roll a save for lightning damage because, it's a child. It doesn't know any better. It just wants to help. So it nuked the whole forest, basically. It killed the gargoyles, but it also killed one of them. Or it knocked him down, anyway. And they were like, "Well, he attacked us, whatever," and he was like, and they just curled back up into sleep. Didn't bother them anymore. They were like, "I don't think this thing understands English." It's like, nope, it doesn't. You screamed help, it nuked the forest. So then they realized this thing is dangerous. So the next time they went to get its help, they were at a tavern and they were attacked by werewolves. One of our barbarians went on the roof and had all the werewolves come outside and attack him while everyone else was inside barricading. And he yelled help because he was like, "Oh, don't worry, there's a building now, we're good." So he yelled help, and guess what? The lightning dragon basically came over there and helped him. And I was like, "You do realize you are outside?" He was like, "Oh shit." So he died again.
Oh.
They killed all the werewolves, but he died again. And I was like, okay, this thing's gonna kill one of them eventually. But because I wasn't actually expecting them to find it so early, but they came really close to figuring out what it was. It spoke Celestial, the language of the gods at the time, lightning, and it's in the air and only shows up during moonlight. They were really close to figuring it out before we stopped the campaign, but they decided that if they traveled, eventually they figured out at nighttime, or the Nightmare Realm, if they traveled on top of the Tempest, like if they rode it and told it to go somewhere, when they woke back up in daytime, their bodies had moved to wherever they had moved in the Nightmare Dimension. So they now had means of transportation. So that made the game progress so much faster. And they flew over what used to be an old elven city that was currently burning to the ground because a group of, I forgot exactly what they were like fire lichen type creatures, like mini devils or whatever. And one of them had the bright idea to tell it to drop us here to fight, right? Or drop us in the center square, right? Can you tell where this is going? So the Tempest goes to the center square and turns upside down and drops them over 150 feet into the ground. Because it heard drop and center. So it dropped them in the center. And one of them was like, wait, we don't want to do that, hold on. And it was too late, you know. Two of them died immediately due to fall damage. One of them had Featherfall, and he managed to hit him, and one other one managed to grab onto the other two and Featherfall themselves. So when they finally reached the ground, they revived him.
Hey, Rook.
And after, what's up?
I just said, hey, Rook. Rook said hello. Sorry
so
about
after a huge battle that took 2 sessions, right?
Yeah.
They were trying to get the villagers out, and they were overrun because they rolled really, really terribly. And so as a last-ditch effort, with the whole party but the guy that could speak Celestial was down, he called for help and nuked the whole town of Bad Guy. But he didn't go down. Everyone else failed a death save, so they only had one left, right? So the Tempest came down and coiled around everyone and started glowing. And the guy was like, what is he doing? And I just told him that he felt a calming presence coming from, you know, the Tempest. I forgot what they named it. It was something stupid, like Bambi or something.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, and as you all are about to slip into death, you feel a warming sensation like sunlight, except it's with the moon. As the Tempest cast Blessing of the Moon Goddess on you guys. They're like, what the hell is that? I'm like, that is a sacred spell. They're like, what the hell is a sacred spell? Because in regular D&D, that's not a thing. I was like, Celestials can cast their own spells. So he cast Blessing of the Moon Goddess on all of you. They're like, what does that do? You are all, over the course of 30 minutes, you know, 30 rounds or whatever it is, you all come back to full health, no injuries, and you are now well rested. And then it flew off. And unfortunately, after that session, COVID happened, and the place we were playing with stopped having interior games, and we all kind of just drifted apart from that. But it was like so cool because they were like, what is that spell? That sounds cool. But I don't know. It was really cool. And I had built out the campaign all the way to level like 14 at the time. because this was supposed to be our new campaign because we had just finished a 4-year campaign prior to this with the Dragon Blade. And so this was supposed to be our new one, but then COVID happened, so we didn't finish it, unfortunately. But I had every plane, city, the different races they were gonna find, the secret. The gnomes had the secret to one of them. The earth god was in a volcano. The moon goddess was in the astral plane. The thunder guy was in a natural whirlpool, basically a upper Bermuda Triangle, whatever. That was a constant storm. But they almost figured, they were like, wait a minute, what if more than the 3 guys that we know is dead? I think there was like 26 total, and like 14 of them were dead. But I only told them that 3 were. But they almost figured it out. They really did. They were very
That's
close.
cool.
I think a couple more sessions they would have figured it out.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I had to fold up the binder and put it in my D&D bag where it still resides.
Sounds like
I got
fun.
busy.
Do an online game, I'd be glad to be a player or a DM.
I tried doing that in the Fate server because Silver and them didn't want to, but the DM who was DMing it, see, as a now DM at the time for over 2 years, he would make some slight errors, right? Because he said that my movement was half because I had a bigger creature and I was dragging it, so my movement was half. And I said, actually, they have to be 2 sizes up for your movement to be half or whatever. And my strength check to get out of his grip wasn't at disadvantage because he wasn't 2 sizes above me, whatever. But I didn't argue with him. I said, okay, that's fine. And then at the end of the game, I DM'd him the ruling and said, here's this. Silver Fox. That's who it was. It was Silver Fox. And he's like, okay, that's fine. But then we were, it didn't even matter because we were all doppelgangers by the end of that session. We'd all been knocked unconscious and we were now doppelgangers. But we didn't know that. He told 2 of the players they were doppelgangers and didn't tell the rest of us. So they spent the entire next session plotting against the team until he revealed that we were all doppelgangers and we had no idea where our players was because he was going on vacation for whatever for several weeks. So he was like, "Hey, we're gonna end it there." And we're like, "Wait, so where are we?" And he's like, "I have no idea. I figured it out in 2 weeks." But then he never finished it. So
Yeah.
unfortunately. But I have it all typed up. I have some. That's not true. I had it all typed up in Word documents, but you remember how my laptop got deleted
Oh, shoot.
when they wiped my data? My entire campaign was on that laptop, and I didn't put it on the Google Drive, and they wiped it along with all my school data. So everything I had for the campaign is gone, except for my folder that I had handwritten notes and ideas and maps and stuff. It was very sad. That's probably the main reason why I was pissed, because all my school stuff I had uploaded for assignments, so I could still get to those. I would just have to re-download them. But the campaign, that was painful. When he told me he deleted everything without my consent. He was like, well, I offered you the recovery package. I said, you weren't supposed to recover anything. You were just supposed to apply some thermal paste, not replace the whole freaking motherboard. But they did, and so my entire campaign is actually lost. I don't exactly remember everything in the campaign. I have a lot of notes in that folder. I could probably reboot it, maybe, if I have enough notes in there, but that was just like heart crushing when he told me that.
Ugh.
A year and a half down the drain because the idiots at Best Buy can't fix a laptop. So I should have known better. I should have packed it up on a flash drive or something. But
I'm gonna grab the
I didn't.
water. I'll be right back.
Well, I guess I'm one of those that they call lazy DM. I do everything off the cuff. I rarely ever have any notes. Sometimes I do, just kind of give me a direction, but that's about it.
when I first made it, I did do that, but then I realized just how wide of a scope I was going to need a backstory if they asked literally any questions about it. I was going to have it answered. So I spent, and you know, like I said, I was also making this campaign while I was playing, because I thought it was a cool idea. And you know, if you don't write down cool ideas, you'll forget it.
Yeah.
So I have 3 or 4 campaign ideas in a folder, in their own folders, with everyone's character sheet and stuff like that. So, but my goal is to eventually, once I have a job, in my own house, and don't owe any bills but the house, a mortgage, I had planned on getting and once all my friends who were playing D&D got settled in, we would start our weekly games again. Because by the time we should have a set schedule, right? So, we go back to weekly or bi-weekly games. And then, and I would reboot the whatever. Plus, I would also have adult money for props and stuff. And I really want a wormwood table. That is like the one thing that I want in my house, is a wormwood gaming table. If you don't know what that is, Mark, Wormwood is one of the top gaming wooden table companies.
Okay.
It's a luxury dinner table, right?
Yeah.
With it's all custom built.
Okay.
And you can take the panels on top, click together through magnets and friction, and you can take the panels off the top, and it opens up to a kind of a poker table / craft table, where it's all velveted inside, nice wood interior, but then it also has a thick neodymium magnetic strip built into the table that you can then slot in cup holders, dice holders, laptop chargers. It has a built-in power strip in every single chair.
Wow.
They have a snack bin. They have cable management. A fog machine. They have holes for a fog machine too, if you wanted to make it extra fancy.
Jeez.
You can change out the belt for cloth or anything else. You could set up a map and then reveal it halfway through the session by taking off the top.
Wow.
And it's really cool. But the problem is that these tables start at $4,000.
Oh, okay.
So,
I haven't seen no less than that.
well, I want the 8-foot dinner table.
Oh, okay.
They do have some smaller runner ones or some coffee tables, but I wanted the big dinner one.
Wow.
But it's like $4,000. So we'll get there when we get there.
Oh, for what it is, that doesn't seem to be a bad price.
No, it's not at all. But that's what gave me inspiration to make my own gaming table. I think I've already shown you guys what it looks like. But I installed a power strip. It's a wide table that goes way past the bench so everyone can sit on it. It's an 8-foot table, and it's Lebanese cedar, which is actually illegal now to ship to America because Lebanon it's part of their holy wood, or the wood of God, because it's the same wood that they built John's boat and the temple with.
Oh, okay.
It was Lebanese cedar, and before it became illegal, Fox's grandfather ordered an entire shipping container of it,
Wow.
and he was making hymnal choir boxes out of it, little music boxes. But he had so much left over, and he unfortunately passed away. So I used the wood to make a table.
Nice.
So, but yeah, so that was my inspiration. It does not look like a wormwood table, but I tell you what, after 2 years of playing on it, it was the best D&D table we've ever had.
Nice.
Because it worked. Everyone had laptops now. I bought a map. It was great.
Yeah.
But
Life is good.
life is good. Anyway, that's my TED Talk of D&D.
Well, that's good.
Totally sidetracked there. But
That was interesting.
here's your tabletop that I built. Let me see if I can't find a full picture of it. There it is. Okay. And then this is the finished product, minus the power strip. I had a 6-foot power strip on the bottom, still that went lengthwise across, and it had 12 plugs in it. So every single player could have a laptop and a phone charger, or a laptop and a tablet, or a phone and a tablet, whatever combination they wanted. Okay?
Oh, okay.
So, anyway, they're in the general chat if you want to check it out. But it took me like 3 months to build that thing, trying to figure out how all the wood tools work, and the planer, and the sanders, and the waxing, and all that kind of stuff, dowels, and whatever. But I think it turned out looking pretty nice.
Yeah, it looks good.
But yeah, that
That's
was fun.
That looks like green. I'm looking for green drops.
Ah,
Because green tells me it's crystal at the place. Need crystal.
anyway, that was my D&D
Speech.
life for like
Yeah.
8 years. But I haven't played since. The last game I DM'd a one-shot on Halloween in 2021, so 4 years ago. I haven't played since then.
Oh, okay.
Because every time I tried to get a game together, they weren't available, the schedules were too chaotic, or they weren't in the same state. So, and nobody I know was running an in-person game. So, I switched to Magic the Gathering and played that with Fox, and that was it.
Oh, okay. That's a fun game too.
But yes, anyway, well, thank you for entertaining me for 4 hours.
Well, hey, buddy, thank you for hanging out. I sure had fun today. Having
45
fun.
minutes out, so I have to call people and tell them I'm here, so.
Okay.
Because I got the trailer.
Feel
So,
free to jump in and
I
talk
will
to
talk
us.
to y'all. Yeah, I will be. What time is it now? 7?
Yeah.
If y'all are still on like 9, I'll probably pop back on.
Okay, buddy.
But I'll see y'all later.
See you in a little while.
Oh,
Safe drive, man.
here comes the rain. Doo, doo, doo.
Safe drive, man.
Yeah, I tend to improvise a lot with my D&D games. I early on I figured, well, if things are always going to be changing, I might as well get used to being on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Well, you did a great job.
This metal here, where's the crystal? Oh, I love this. Having a crystal in a crystal place. You know, with this thing so long, I am going to go ahead, pull it down. So it's mean. There we go, there's some crystal. Very neat. Getting a fly over here. Top door first, okay. Alright, I'm good. Go watch a movie and take a shower.
Okay, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you later.
Take care, man.
All right, buddy.
Okay, Dad. Honey, it'll make you sick. It'll make you sick. I don't want to make you sick.
Hi, Joey. I just had a sandwich. Yeah. It's inside of that box.
Okay.
scrounge for food, fight off the rats. What?
Well, hello.
Hey, Hosty, how you doing, buddy?
It's okay. You?
Oh, pretty good. Having fun. Just shooting up a few bad guys.
I'm updating the game. It might be a little bit.
Okay.
It seems to be slow.
Oh, damn it. It's okay. I got the food I needed. I needed 5 food items. I got them. Wanted to run in there and grab them before they killed me.
Nice.
Funny how you'll sacrifice your guy for a can of pork and beans.
Pork and beans.
Finding food completed. Okay.
So tired. I don't know why.
A little tired, huh?
Have you been down in the basement yet?
Collect 5 flammables from the basement at the motel in the farm. Deliver 8 flammables. Okay, I can do that.
I've been burning the midnight fuel. Need more.
Flammables, huh?
It's a big update.
Oh, is it?
Probably tired because I ate too much.
Yeah, maybe.
Barbecued moose steaks and couldn't help myself.
Hey, when the food's good, it's hard.
New in your head.
I'm sorry?
What's new in your world?
What's new in my world? Not much, to tell you the truth. I got a COVID vaccine. I got a flu vaccine.
You got pneumonia vaccine.
Oh, pneumonia. Pneumonia, okay.
Old people vaccine.
Joy said it's an old people vaccine.
Well, you're getting old farts.
Yeah. So I got that stuff. What else? Not much.
We had a grandson coming in about 46 days.
46 days I'll have a grandson coming.
That's cool.
I gotta put me some heels in here.
And you got Kitty Cat coming in here. I think he's okay, Dad.
Okay. Alright, put that on there. Let's see, what else?
Are you ready to be put down?
Bandage.
Are you ready to be put down? Are you uncomfortable? 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 Am I making you uncomfortable?
60 rounds. 10 in there makes 70. Okay, that's all of them. Host, do you want to play a game or two?
I got another 20 minutes of updating.
Okay. Just let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Will do, sir. Will do.
All right. Any coffee left, Joy?
No.
No.
I'm getting ready to go to bed.
All right.
No, there wasn't. I just cleaned it out for morning.
Okay.
That's a good call. I'm gonna go get coffee. I'll be back.
All right.
Night.
Good night, Joy.
That arm is getting a little short.
Rest easy, Joy.
been burning the midnight fuel and need more. How's the dark zone been treating you? Are you using me? Make money together, buddy. Don't forget about me. Make money together, buddy.
Batch of top quality goods just arrived. Weapons are my most important combat.
Oh, we're gonna have to get up and stretch for a minute. Be right back. Toasty, you there? Oh boy. Cheers. Hosty, you there?
Hello.
Hey, buddy, I'm gonna have to sign off. I'm about spent.
Fair. Mine's still loading anyway. I've been sipping
Yeah, I'm
on
just
coffee,
gonna.
watching dumb
Yeah.
videos.
I'm just spent, man. Been streaming for a little while. I'm just gonna take a break.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, buddy. God bless you. Keep on smiling.
Oh, I don't smile. That scares people. Have a good one.
You're number one, man. Bye.